In the 1800s, as the Smithsonian Institution set out to explore America's unknown regions, scientists searched for places that existed only in rumour and returned with discoveries no one had predicted. Yet many areas proved difficult to study. Steep mountains, narrow canyons, and thick forests made travel challenging. Some of these were so isolated and unfamiliar that early observers struggled to interpret what they found. Among these places are Fantasy Canyon in Utah, where erosion has carved stone into forms found nowhere else on Earth. Kahiwa Falls in Hawaii, hidden behind sheer cliffs and tangled vegetation. And Silverjack Mountain in Colorado, rising sharply in remote, craggy terrain known mainly to dedicated hikers and local researchers. Stay with me as we uncover the hidden wonders of the USA, places so unreal they might just change the way you see this country forever. Located on the Utah-Arizona border, Monument Valley Navajo Tribal Park is a stunning area composed of iconic red rock formations, such as the Mexican Hat Rock, named for its resemblance to an upside-down sombrero. The area has been home to the Navajo Nation for centuries, with evidence of earlier ancestral Puebloan settlements from over 1,000 years. However, in the 1860s, conflict arose between the Navajo and the US government, leading to the Long Walk of 1864, when thousands of Navajo were forcibly removed from their land and marched over 300 miles to a reservation in New Mexico. They were eventually allowed to return, and the land that includes Monument Valley became part of the Navajo Nation, which remains the largest indigenous territory in the US. The Navajo people continue to live in the region, maintaining cultural traditions, language, and historical sites. The valley also became widely recognized through Hollywood films, television shows, and advertisements, such as Forrest Gump and 2001: A Space Odyssey. Unalaska Island is the largest island in the Aleutians, home to the historic town of Unalaska and Dutch Harbour. Known for its rugged terrain and maritime crossroads history, The town's name derives from a Unangan word that means near the peninsula. The island was a focal point for indigenous Unangan peoples, who developed sophisticated sea hunting techniques. It later became a key stop for Russian explorers and traders, with fur companies eventually establishing outposts there. The island also played a major role in World War II, serving as a strategic military outpost. Airstrikes and battles occurred nearby, making it one of the few places in the region directly impacted by wartime attacks. A deep natural harbour, Unalaska Bay has long served as a shelter for ships navigating storm-prone waters and a hub for the local fishing industry. Submerged volcanic formations create turbulent currents, contributing to historic shipwrecks. The bay's shores host a mix of Russian-era relics and World War II-era concrete structures reclaimed by grasses. It is also known for its sudden weather shifts, with dense fog rolling in unexpectedly, causing navigational hazards. Shishnikov River is a remote river located on Unalaska Island, with indigenous communities historically relying on its fish for survival. This river is a critical salmon spawning ground, attracting predators such as brown bears and eagles. Flash floods occasionally alter the river's course, reshaping sections of the surrounding landscape. A cascade fed by glacial runoff, Anderson Bay Waterfall plunges directly into a saltwater inlet. It has been a reference point for sailors and explorers, with its flow varying depending on seasonal snowmelt and rainfall. During storms, high winds can cause the water to spray horizontally. The force of the waterfall has carved out unusual rock formations over time. Birds frequently nest in the cliffs nearby, using the spray as protection from predators. During salmon runs, predators congregate at its base to hunt fish. Once a seasonal Unangan fishing camp, Portage Bay serves as a passageway between different parts of the island. Although its waters are calmer compared to surrounding areas, it still has a history of strong tidal currents. Today, it is often visited for its glacier views and kayaking opportunities. Mount Garfield stands prominently at more than 2,000 metres in the Book Cliffs range. It is known for its steep trails and panoramic views of the surrounding landscape, including the Grand Valley and Colorado River. The mountain's distinctive appearance is a result of millions of years of geological processes, with layers of sedimentary rock and shale formed during the Cretaceous period. Interestingly, it has a historical connection to agriculture in the region, as early settlers used the mountain as a vantage point to survey the valley below, which later became a centre for fruit orchards and vineyards. The mountain is also famously part of the Colorado National Monument area. Red Rock Canyon is a scenic conservation area located west of Las Vegas, defined by its striking red sandstone formations, which date back over 600 million years. The canyon's unique geology includes layers of limestone, shale, and sandstone, with iron oxide giving the rocks their distinctive red colour. Interestingly, it is a popular destination for outdoor activities, offering over 30 miles of hiking trails, ranging from easy walks to strenuous climbs. The canyon is also known for its rock climbing routes, which attract climbers from around the world. The conservation area is managed to protect its natural and cultural resources, as it includes a visitor centre with exhibits on the canyon's geology, history, and wildlife. Additionally, the canyon is also a designated dark sky area, making it a good location for stargazing. The Calico Hills are a prominent feature of the canyon, iconic for their red and white formations that are composed of Aztec sandstone, which was formed from ancient dunes. The hills stretch for several miles and are a popular spot for hiking and rock climbing. Antelope Valley is a region located in the western part of a larger desert area, known for its unique landscapes, including vast open spaces and rolling hills. One of the most notable features of Antelope Valley is the Antelope Valley, California Poppy Reserve. This reserve spans over 1,700 acres and is dedicated to the preservation of the state flower, the California poppy. Each spring, the hillsides are often covered in vibrant orange poppies and a variety of other wildflowers and native plants. The poppies typically bloom from mid-February to mid-May, with the peak season usually occurring in late March to early April. The exact timing and intensity of the bloom depend on rainfall and temperature conditions. Arches National Park is the world's largest concentration of natural sandstone arches, home to over 2,000 documented formations. These formations are primarily composed of entrada sandstone, shaped by the effects of water, wind, and temperature changes. The delicate arch, standing over 52 feet high, is a freestanding arch formed as softer rock eroded away. It has become a symbol of Utah due to its unique and recognizable shape, as well as its cultural and historical significance. Beyond its geological importance, ancient petroglyphs found nearby suggest that indigenous peoples lived in and interacted with the area for thousands of years. Today, the arch is featured prominently on Utah's license plates and state tourism materials, serving as a symbol of exploration and the state's connection to the natural world. The double arch consists of two massive, interconnected arches, formed by water seeping into the rock that gradually carved out the structure from below. The larger of the two spans approximately 144 feet, making it one of the park's largest and widest formations. Interestingly, the arch was featured in the opening scenes of the 1989 film Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, serving as the backdrop for a sequence depicting Indiana Jones's youth. The turret arch features a central arch with a smaller circular opening to the side, giving it a distinct castle-like appearance and its name. It is part of the windows section, an area filled with several prominent formations clustered together. Geologically speaking, the turret arch is relatively young compared to other formations in the park, as its openings are still being progressively shaped. Scott's Bluff National Monument is a prominent natural landmark in western Nebraska, recognized for its towering sandstone and clay bluffs that rise dramatically above the surrounding plains. It encompasses over 3,000 acres of mixed grass prairie, rugged badlands and towering rock formations. Scott's Bluff is composed of sandstone, volcanic ash, and siltstone. The site served as a critical guidepost for travellers in search of new opportunities on historic westward migration routes such as the famous Oregon Trail. Between 1843 and 1869, hundreds of thousands of pioneers passed through the Oregon Trail, which stretched over 2,000 miles from Missouri to Oregon's Willamette Valley. It was not a single defined path, but rather a network of routes that followed river valleys to provide water and grass for livestock. Pioneers travelled in wagon trains for safety and efficiency, covering about 15 to 20 miles per day over 4 to 6 months. Challenges included river crossings, disease outbreaks like cholera, accidents with wagons or livestock, and harsh weather conditions. Sleeping Bear Dunes. National Lakeshore is a special natural area located along the eastern shore of Lake Michigan. It is renowned for its towering dunes, which rise above the lake, as well as its inland lakes, forests, and the offshore North and South Manitou Islands. The park is named after an Ojibwe legend that tells the story of a mother bear and her 2 cubs fleeing a forest fire on the western shore of Lake Michigan. The bears swam across the lake, but the cubs drowned before reaching the opposite shore. The Great Spirit created 2 islands to honour the cubs and buried the mother bear under the sands of what is now known as Sleeping Bear Dune, symbolising her eternal vigil for her lost children. Residents initially resisted the establishment of the park, concerned about increased tourism and loss of property rights, though the federal government eventually secured the land by offering support to local schools and integrating North Manitou Island into the landscape. Towering on the horizon southeast of the city, Mount Rainier is a massive stratovolcano rising to about 14,410 feet. On clear days, its snow-capped summit is visible from Seattle streets, serving as an ever-present natural icon for the city. In 1899, Mount Rainier and the surrounding area were designated as Mount Rainier National Park, making it the nation's 5th national park. Within Mount Rainier National Park, the mountain and its slopes are preserved as wilderness, featuring alpine meadows, old-growth forests, and dozens of glaciers. Additionally, it has more glacial ice than any other peak in the contiguous United States, Great Sand Dunes National Park is home to the highest sand dunes in North America, rising up to 228 meters against the backdrop of the rugged Sangre de Cristo Mountains. These dunes were formed when the sand from ancient lake beds was carried by wind and deposited at the base of the mountains, where it soon became trapped by shifting air currents. Interestingly, the indigenous people such as the Apache once considered the dunes a sacred place. More recent settlers arrived in the late 19th century, but the dunes remained largely untouched, leading to their eventual preservation. Lake Powell spans 186 miles and contains more than 1,900 miles of shoreline when full, which is more than the US West Coast. The lake formed as the canyon filled with water after the completion of Glen Canyon Dam, taking nearly 17 years to reach capacity. It was named after John Wesley Powell, a geologist and explorer who led the first recorded expedition through the Grand Canyon and the Colorado River in 1869. Powell's journey helped map the river system and provided some of the earliest scientific observations of the region. The lake is often visited for its stunning red rock canyon views, with most of the formations primarily made of Navajo sandstone, which was deposited around 190 million years ago during the Jurassic period. Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument is a rugged wilderness area with slot canyons, cliffs, and ancient fossils. It is known for its extensive fossil beds, which have produced fossils of dinosaurs, prehistoric fish, and ancient plant species. The monument's grand staircase consists of 5 massive rock layers, each representing different geological time periods, ranging from the Triassic to the Cretaceous period. Its surrounding area has some of the least light pollution in North America, making it one of the best places for stargazing and astronomical research. Lower Calf Creek Falls is a 126-foot waterfall that flows year-round, fed by Calf Creek. The pool at the base of the waterfall remains cold, even in summer, due to continuous water flow. Peekaboo Slot Canyon is a narrow, winding canyon with sandstone walls as small as 16 inches wide. The canyon floor contains carved-out potholes, created by flash floods that continue to shape the canyon over time. During flash floods, water rushes through the slot canyon, eroding rock and deepening the narrow channels. Devil's Garden is an area filled with hoodoos, arches and rock formations made of Entrada sandstone. It remains relatively stable compared to other eroded landscapes, as the harder capstone layers protect the softer sandstone beneath. The Cosmic Ashtray, also known as the Red Break Sinkhole, is a large circular depression surrounded by a raised sandstone rim. The remote crater measures around 100 yards in diameter and contains a central sand dune, which shifts with the wind. The sand within the depression constantly shifts, creating changing patterns on the surface, depending on wind direction and speed. The Bonneville salt flats are a vast expanse of densely packed salt crust stretching approximately 64,000 acres. The environment results from Lake Bonneville, a prehistoric body of water that once covered much of the region, but gradually evaporated as the climate changed. This unique natural formation is famous for its use as a world-famous speedway, since the flat, hard surface and the lack of obstructions make it an ideal setting. Since the early 20th century, it has been a prime location for land speed record attempts, with the first official record being set in 1914 when Teddy Tetzlaff reached 142.85 miles per hour. Over the years, many racers have returned to push the limits, with some exceeding 745 miles per hour in specially designed vehicles. Beyond racing, the area has been used for scientific research, military testing, and film productions such as Independence Day and Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. Whitehorse Falls is a small waterfall located in southern Oregon within the Umpqua National Forest. It is known for its wide curtain of water that drops over a ledge into a calm pool below. The setting is forested and quiet, surrounded by moss-covered rocks and thick trees. The falls are fed by the Clearwater River, which flows over volcanic terrain shaped by ancient lava flows. The fall's flow fluctuates dramatically as summer reduces it to a ribbon, revealing iron-stained mineral deposits, while winter rains churn it into a roar audible from trails. Today, there are still no major trails beyond the short walk to the falls, and the area has remained relatively unchanged for decades. Sequoia National Park is a protected area known for its dramatic landscapes and ancient forests. Established in 1890, it is one of the oldest national parks in the country. The park offers over 800 miles of trails, ranging from easy walks to challenging backcountry routes. These trails provide access to some of the park's most scenic and remote areas. It is home to some of the largest trees on Earth, as well as rugged mountains, deep canyons, and diverse ecosystems. The park is most famous for its giant sequoias, some of the largest and oldest living organisms on the planet. These trees can grow to heights of over 250 feet and have trunk diameters exceeding 30 feet. The General Sherman tree, located in the park, is the largest tree on Earth by volume and is estimated to be around 2,200 years old. These trees are incredibly resilient, with their thick, fibrous bark protecting them from fire, which clears the forest floor, allowing their seeds to germinate. This natural cycle has been disrupted in recent decades, leading to increased efforts to manage controlled burns in the park. Moro Rock is a prominent granite dome located in the park, accessible via a steep 350-step staircase carved into its side. The climb is strenuous, but rewards visitors with expansive vistas. It was formed through the process of exfoliation, where layers of rock peel away due to weathering and erosion. Napa Valley is a region renowned for its wine production and scenic landscapes. It is home to over 400 wineries and is one of the most famous wine-producing areas in the world. The valley is particularly known for its Cabernet Sauvignon, Chardonnay, and Merlot. Interestingly, one of the most popular ways to experience Napa Valley is by hot air balloon. Flights typically take place early in the morning when the weather conditions are most stable. Napa Valley's vineyards are the heart of the region's wine industry. The valley's Mediterranean climate, characterized by warm, dry summers and mild, wet winters, is ideal for growing a variety of grape types. The region's fertile soil and favourable weather conditions contribute to the high quality of its wines. There is a wide range of vineyards, from small family-owned operations to large, internationally recognized wineries. The region's winemaking history dates back to the 19th century, when European immigrants brought their viticultural knowledge and practices to the area. The industry faced challenges, including phylloxera outbreaks and prohibition, but it has since flourished, becoming a global leader in wine production. Papacolia Green Sand Beach, located near the southern tip of the Big Island, is one of only 4 green sand beaches in the world. Its distinctive green hue comes from olivine, a mineral rich in iron and magnesium that is found in volcanic rock. This crystal is locally referred to as Hawaiian diamonds, with its durability and density enabling it to remain onshore while other materials are swept out to sea. Historically, this region was significant for early Polynesian settlers who relied on its natural resources. Accessing Papacolia requires a 2.5-mile hike across rugged terrain or a ride in a local's 4-wheel drive vehicle. Visitors are encouraged to leave the beach undisturbed by refraining from taking sand or engaging in activities that could harm its fragile ecosystem. Wissahickon Creek Falls takes its name from a Lenape term meaning catfish stream, reflecting its role as a food source for indigenous communities. The falls are part of a wooded gorge preserved within a large urban park named Wissahickon Valley Park, defined by its steep trails and stone bridges built during the 19th century. Historically, the creek-powered colonial-era mills, including one owned by a papermaker, whose operation allegedly supplied parchment for early currency. The Mojave Desert is one of the largest deserts in its region, characterized by its arid climate, unique geological features, and diverse plant and animal life. The desert is infamous for its extreme temperatures, with summer highs often exceeding 100 degrees Fahrenheit and winter lows dropping below freezing. It receives less than 6 inches of rainfall annually, making water a scarce resource. Despite these harsh conditions, the Mojave supports a variety of life and ecosystems, as the Mojave and Chemehuevi tribes have lived in the region for thousands of years, relying on its resources for survival. The Mojave Desert Mesa is a prominent geological feature within the desert, distinguished by its flat-topped elevation and steep sides. Mesas are formed by the erosion of surrounding material, leaving behind a raised flat area. The flat top of the mesa is often covered with desert foliage, such as creosote bushes and yucca plants, while the steep sides of the mesa are more barren, with exposed rock and loose soil. Mount Hood National Forest spans a vast area of forested mountains in northwestern Oregon, surrounding the iconic Mount Hood volcano. It is known for its striking alpine landscapes and extensive outdoor recreation opportunities, anchored by Mount Hood itself, the highest peak in the state of Oregon. Indigenous groups traversed the area for seasonal resources, with trails later adapted by settlers into the Barlow Road, a perilous wagon route skirting the mountain's base. The forest's ecology shifts from dense fir stands to alpine meadows dotted with glacial silt pools. Located just a few miles south of Mount Hood, Trillium Lake is a reservoir created by a small dam at the headwaters of Mud Creek in the 1960s. It was named after the trillium wildflowers common in the area. Historically, the vicinity of Trillium Lake intersects with the old Barlow Road of the Oregon Trail, where pioneers once traversed a marshy meadow on their way west. Today, this lake has become famous for its calm waters that perfectly reflect Mount Hood's snowy peaks on clear days. Additionally, its shores are lined with remnants of submerged stumps from pre-flood logging. Little Crater Lake, a cold spring-fed pool, formed when water dissolved softer rock beneath the clay, creating a deep, clear column. Its near-freezing temperatures deter swimming, but support rare diatoms that tint the water turquoise. Geologists consider the body of water a geologic oddity, with early theories speculating it might have formed from a collapsed lava tube due to its near-vertical banks. It is accessible by a short, easy trail and features a viewing platform for visitors to admire this natural curiosity. High Falls of the Pigeon River is the tallest waterfall in the state, located along the border. The cascade formed over 1.1 billion years ago through volcanic activity and erosion, exposing layered basalt cliffs. Historically, the river was used by the Ojibwe people for transportation and fishing. In fact, earlier maps labelled it Great Fall, which is a direct translation of an Ojibwe term. The waterfall's current name references passenger pigeons, which roosted in nearby forests until their extinction in the early 20th century. Today, the site attracts visitors for hiking, fishing, and historical interest. The Mackenzie River cuts through the forest, running cold and fast. It is spring-fed from the Cascades and flows over lava beds, forming pools, rapids and falls. The river supports trout and salmon, and is used for fishing, rafting, and scientific monitoring. The Edwards Plateau, often referred to as the Texas Hill Country, is known for its rugged terrain, limestone formations, and extraordinary ecosystems. It serves as a vital water source, with the Edwards Aquifer feeding numerous springs and rivers. The region is also home to the Enchanted Rock, a massive pink granite dome that is one of the largest exposed granite formations in North America. Manan is a small, uninhabited islet located off the coast of the larger island. Nicknamed Rabbit Island, it was once home to a rabbit colony introduced in the 1880s by plantation owner John Adams Cummins. However, the rabbits were later eradicated due to their destructive impact on the native ecosystem. Despite the failure of the rabbit colony, the island still serves as a natural sanctuary for a variety of wildlife, especially seabirds. Because the island is off limits to the public, it remains a protected area where these birds can breed without human interference. This isolation has helped maintain the island's natural state, with no permanent human settlements or invasive species disrupting the ecosystem. The Amargosa Big Dune is one of the park's most striking features, as it includes some of the tallest dunes in the park, with heights reaching up to 100 feet. The dunes are composed of fine sand that has been blown and deposited by wind over thousands of years. Due to the soft sand and isolated environment, it is a popular spot for off-roading. Hector Falls, a segmented cascade along a major river, is known for their accessibility as they are visible from a roadside pull-off. Historically, the area supported mills powered by the fall's flow, though no structures remain. The river's geology here includes layers of shale and sandstone, which erode unevenly, creating the fall's terraced appearance. A hydroelectric plant built upstream in the early 20th century altered water flow, which still sparks controversies today. Denali National Park and Preserve is known for its vast wilderness, extreme weather, and towering mountain ranges. 。 Its name comes from the Koyukon Athabascan word meaning the high one, referring to North America's highest peak that dominates the landscape. The park was established to protect its ecosystems, spanning low-elevation taiga to alpine tundra. Indigenous peoples relied on the area's caribou and plant resources, with oral histories describing the mountain as a sacred landmark. Wildlife thrives in the park, despite the harsh conditions as animals migrate and hunt and adapt to the changing seasons. Denali is the tallest mountain in North America, towering over the park with its snow-covered peaks. The mountain creates its own weather patterns, with fierce winds and sudden storms. Early explorers underestimated the mountain's challenges, as some expeditions set out with minimal gear, expecting an easier climb. Of course, this resulted in many failing, as they ended up turning back or perishing in the attempt. Today, climbers train for months to prepare for the harsh conditions, yet the mountain still claims lives each year. Santa Barbara Beach stretches along the coastline, shaped by tides, currents, and coastal erosion over thousands of years. Sand comes from nearby cliffs and river deposits, gradually shifting with ocean movement. The natural curve of the coastline protects the beach from strong waves, creating calmer waters compared to other coastal areas. Historically, Spanish explorers arrived in the 18th century, using the coastline for trade and navigation. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, the beach became a landing site for cargo and passenger ships before modern harbours and piers were built. Today, it is most popular for its recreational activities, though it still plays a significant role in supporting the local wildlife, fishing, and environmental studies. Sahali Falls is higher and more forceful, dropping over a basalt ledge formed by lava. The name Sahali comes from a Chinook jargon word meaning high or above. It has several accessible viewpoints near the parking area, such as a short staircase that leads directly to platforms, offering close-up views of the falls from different angles. The basalt rock over which Sahali Falls flows is part of a lava flow that also created Clear Lake upstream. Originally named Hog Island, Honeymoon Island State Park was a barrier island rebranded in the mid-20th century as a romantic getaway with rustic cabins erected for honeymooners. A hurricane later destroyed the structures, leaving the island undeveloped. Tidal currents and storms then proceeded to carve Hurricane Pass, separating it from the mainland. Today, the park's pine flatwoods and oyster-studded shores host one of the highest densities of osprey nests in the region. Pyramid Lake is the largest natural lake in its state, named for the pyramid-shaped rock formation called the Stone Mother, located on its eastern shore. The lake is known for its clear blue waters and unique geological features, fed primarily by the Truckee River, which flows from Lake Tahoe. Pyramid Lake has no outlet, and its high salinity is due to the evaporation of water over thousands of years. It is of great cultural significance to the Paiute people, who have lived in the region for thousands of years. In fact, the Stone Mother is a central figure in Paiute legend, representing a mother who turned to stone while waiting for her children to return. The Loxa River is known for its fast-moving water, winding through rugged mountains and dense forests. The name Loxa comes from a word meaning rough water, a fitting description for a river with strong rapids and sharp turns. It remains one of the few undammed rivers in the region and flows freely. In fact, the river has become a well-known destination for whitewater rafting and kayaking, with the rapids being some of the most challenging in the region during peak runoff. Molokai is known as the Friendly Isle, a name given for its welcoming atmosphere and strong sense of community, despite being a secluded island. Its name derives from Molokai Nui Ahina, meaning Molokai of the Great Haina, referring to the goddess Haina in Hawaiian mythology. Historically, Molokai played a significant role in Hawaiian traditions, including being the birthplace of hula, attributed to the goddess Laka. The island was also home to Lanikaula, a revered prophet and sorcerer whose wisdom attracted seekers from across the islands. At one point, it served as the site of a leper colony established in the 19th century, where thousands of individuals with leprosy were quarantined under harsh conditions. Today, the island's landscape remains mostly unspoiled, with a near absence of traffic lights. Located on Molokai's northern shore, Kahiwa Falls is one of the tallest waterfalls in Hawaii, with 6 distinct tiers. Due to its remote location, the falls can only be viewed from the air or sea. Otherwise, it requires going on a challenging hiking trail through rough terrain, which helps preserve their pristine condition. Colorado National Monument is known for its dramatic landscape, characterized by towering sandstone cliffs, sheer-walled canyons, impressive rock spires, and deep gorges. It is part of the Colorado Plateau, with rock formations dating back over 200 million years. The area's geology reveals layers of Entrada sandstone, Kayenta Formation, and Wingate sandstone, offering a detailed record of ancient environments. Its history also includes evidence of human activity dating back thousands of years, with petroglyphs and artifacts left by the Fremont and Ute people. Spirit Lake is a glacial lake in northern Idaho with volcanic origins, filling a caldera formed by an ancient eruption. The lake's name reflects native beliefs that its waters held spiritual power, serving as a gathering place for vision quests and ceremonies. One of the lake's unusual features is that it has two separate outlets, an uncommon trait for most natural lakes. This causes water to flow in two directions, feeding different river systems. The lake is also known for a rare phenomenon where floating logs appear to stand upright in the water, a result of submerged timber resurfacing after breaking loose from the lake bed. Often referred to as the Valley of Kings, Waipio Valley served as a political and spiritual centre for Hawaiian royalty. King Lailoa, a prominent ruler in the 15th century, established his court here, and his son later unified much of Hawaii Island. King Kamehameha. I also spent part of his youth in Waipio, training in leadership and warfare. The valley's fertile soil supported extensive taro farming, with taro patches sustained by freshwater streams and traditional irrigation systems. At the mouth of Waipio Valley lies its black sand beach, bordered by towering cliffs that rise over 2,000 feet. Strong surf conditions make swimming dangerous, but the beach is popular among surfers and hikers who appreciate its rugged beauty. During heavy rains, waterfalls cascade down the cliffs onto the beach. Haialawe Falls is one of Hawaii's tallest waterfalls, plunging over 1,400 feet into Waipio Valley. According to legend, Haialawe Falls represents the tears of Haialawe, a woman who tried to flee with her lover Hakalaua from Lono, the god of rain. While Hai'ilawi transformed into the Cascade, Hakalaua was turned into a rock at the base of the falls, symbolising their eternal connection. Provo Peak rises to an elevation of 11,068 feet, making it one of the highest summits in the Wasatch Range. The peak is steep and rugged, with no developed trails leading directly to the summit. The hike requires navigating loose rock and steep inclines, making it a challenge for climbers. Snow covers the peak for much of the year, feeding into streams and tributaries that flow into the valley below. Oberg Lake formed during the retreat of continental glaciers approximately 10,000 years ago, creating a basin with great depth. The lake's outlet flows into an old logging sluice, originally built to transport white pine to Lake Superior. Remnants of the sluice's cedar plank structure, reinforced with iron bolts, are still embedded in sections of the shoreline. Additionally, the Civilian Conservation Corps constructed a 2.7-mile hiking trail around the lake, using locally quarried basalt for steps and retaining walls. The trail replaced a narrower path worn by surveyors mapping the area's timber reserves in the 1880s. A few miles into the Kalalau Trail, hikers can reach the base of the Hanakapiai Falls. Its name refers to the place of the Menehune, mythical beings believed to be Hawaii's first inhabitants. The Rogue River flows through southwestern Oregon, beginning in the Cascades and winding its way to the Pacific Ocean. It is known for its rapids, canyons, salmon runs, and long history of both conflict and recreation. The river earned its name from French trappers who labelled indigenous inhabitants the Rogues, a term distorted over time. Over time, it became one of the first designated wild and scenic rivers, protected for its ecological and recreational importance. One of the river's dramatic features is Takelma Gorge, a narrow winding section where the water squeezes through volcanic rock. The gorge is named after the Takelma people and shows how the river carved deep into lava flows left by earlier eruptions. The dark walls rise steeply above the churning water, which twists through a series of drops and channels. In flood conditions, the gorge can become dangerous, with water levels rising rapidly and surging through tight spaces. Mill Creek Falls, a two-tiered cascade, drops into a misty amphitheatre as it is fed by snowmelt and runoff from nearby peaks. The area around the falls includes more volcanic features, including rock spires and old lava tubes. Stretching along the southeastern coast of the Big Island is Punalu'u Beach, defined by its unusual appearance and its protected wildlife. It is famous for its jet black sand, formed when lava from nearby volcanoes cools rapidly upon meeting the ocean, shattering into tiny basalt fragments that are carried ashore by waves. The beach also has an area where there are freshwater springs that bubble up beneath the bay, a vital resource for early Hawaiians during times of drought. High Falls, a dramatic urban waterfall, had once fueled mills and a now abandoned underground raceway system. Workers secretly constructed these tunnels to redirect water, remnants of which still snake beneath streets. In the past, the falls have frozen during extreme winters, forming solid sheets of ice, yet there are still records of people crossing the river on foot when it froze completely. In the 1800s, there were incidents of people going over the falls, both accidentally and on purpose. Over time, railways and roads were built around the gorge, changing how people moved through the city, but keeping the falls visible and accessible. Today, old industrial buildings surround the area, some of them converted into offices or apartments. The San Juan Mountains are a rugged mountain range part of the larger Rocky Mountain system. This range boasts some of the youngest volcanic peaks in the region, formed by massive eruptions over 30 million years ago. They are home to a multitude of natural landmarks and famous peaks, such as Columbine Lake and Red Mountain. Columbine Lake is a high-altitude alpine lake known for its striking turquoise colour. This unique hue comes from glacial flour, fine sediments suspended in the water that scatter sunlight. The lake sits in a natural basin surrounded by steep ridges and peaks, shaped by ancient glaciation. The Red Mountain stands out for its striking red and orange hues, created by the oxidation of iron in its volcanic rock. During the late 19th century, it was a hub of silver and gold mining activity, with numerous mines operating on its slopes. Near the town is Bear Creek Falls, which is easily accessible via a popular hiking route with the same name. It is also a part of a protected watershed area, contributing to the ecological health of the region. On the eastern side of the San Juan Mountains is the Owl Creek Pass, a scenic, high mountain pass. The pass is surrounded by aspen forests that turn enchanting shades of gold and orange in the fall. One of the most distinctive features near the pass is a collection of uniquely shaped rock spires that were created by millions of years of erosion, leaving behind towering remnants of harder volcanic rock. Another striking feature of the range is the Silverjack Mountain, represented by its geological formations shooting toward the sky. Although there is no concrete evidence, the name Silverjack is believed to originate from the region's mining history, where silver was a key resource driving settlement and exploration in the area. It could also be referring to the town of Silverton, which is located in the mountains. Within Mount Sneffels wilderness area of the range, there are the tranquil Blue Lakes. They are a series of glacially carved alpine lakes, known for their vivid turquoise colour. The unique hue is created by glacial silt, or rock flour suspended in the water, which reflects sunlight in a way that enhances the blue tones. Point Dume is a prominent headland located along the Malibu coast that has historically been used as a navigational landmark by sailors. The headland was named by British explorer George Vancouver in 1793 in honour of Father Francisco Dumetz, a Franciscan missionary. The name Dume is an anglicised version of Dumetz. The rocky areas around Point Dume are home to diverse tide pools where visitors can observe marine life such as sea anemones, starfish, crabs, and small fish. These tide pools are best explored during low tide. The cliffs of Point Dume also offer opportunities for rock climbing, featuring several climbing routes, ranging from beginner to advanced levels. Deschutes National Forest stretches across central Oregon, shaped by volcanic activity and marked by forests, lava flows, and snow-covered peaks. It is defined by outdoor recreation, forest research, and geological formations created by past eruptions. Indigenous groups, including the Northern Paiute, traverse these lands for seasonal hunting and obsidian gathering. Settlers later clashed over grazing rights, while railroads and logging camps carved temporary settlements into the woods. The forest's identity solidified through conservation debates, balancing timber needs with the preservation of its fire-adapted ecosystems. The Cascade Mountains cut through the western edge of the forest. Peaks like Mount Hood are all volcanic and have influenced the shape of the forest through past eruptions and glaciation. These mountains still shape the weather, sending snow and rain eastward to feed streams, lakes and reservoirs. Recreation is centred around these peaks, such as skiing on Mount Bachelor, backpacking across alpine trails, and climbing to summit views. Sparks Lake is a shallow, high-elevation lake west of Bend. It was formed by lava that dammed part of a valley, creating a basin that now fills with snowmelt and spring water. The lake has no visible outflow, as water seeps underground through lava rock instead. During summer, the lake is used for kayaking, paddleboarding and fishing. Tumalo Falls is a tall waterfall where Tumalo Creek drops over a basalt cliff. The falls are fed by snowmelt from the Cascades and flow most strongly in spring. A trail leads to the top of the falls, and beyond it, more cascades and smaller waterfalls continue upstream. The creek plays a role in the water supply for nearby communities and is monitored for flow and clarity. Early 20th century hydroelectric projects attempted to harness its drop, but abandoned pipes rusted in nearby brush. Ice climbers scale the frozen curtain in winter, while summer hikers bypass eroded trails to reach its misty base. The Susquehanna River, central to Harrisburg's identity, shaped trade routes and flooded repeatedly, prompting levees and flood walls. One of the longest rivers on the East Coast, it is also one of the oldest river systems in the region and has shaped the city's layout. Ferries once crossed it daily, though bridges now stretch across at multiple points, some for cars, others for trains or pedestrians. One of the most well-known is the Rockville Bridge, which was built for rail traffic and is among the longest of its kind, though it was nearly demolished before preservationists intervened. Recreational use of the river is common today, with kayakers, anglers and boaters sharing the space with barges and rescue teams. Proxy Falls, a two-tiered cascade, flows through a lava field and then drops in a wide fan down a moss-covered cliff. the water disappears into a hole at the base instead of forming a creek, which is due to the porous nature of the lava rock. The falls freeze partially in winter, creating jagged ice formations. This type of waterfall is unusual and studied for its interaction with underground drainage systems. Established in 1975, Voyageurs National Park encompasses an impressive area of interconnected waterways and rock formations shaped by glaciers. Most of the park is accessible only by boat, making it unique among national parks. It was originally used by indigenous people for fishing, hunting and travel. Then French fur traders, known as voyageurs, later passed through the region in the 18th and 19th centuries. They transported furs and goods by canoe, following the same waterways that now make up much of the park. In fact, the park's oldest mapped portage, that was used by the fur traders, was documented in 1796. Its bedrock also contains 2.7 billion-year-old granite, which is among the oldest exposed rocks in the region. Lake Chelan, a glacially carved fjord with strikingly clear waters, serves as a key resource for local tribes who fished its waters and traversed its length in cedar canoes. In the late 19th century, steamboats like the Lady of the Lake became lifelines for settlers, transporting goods and people to remote settlements. These vessels battled the lake's unpredictable winds, earning nicknames like the Freshwater Navy for their crew's tenacity. The lake's shores later hosted apple orchards planted by pioneers, drawn by the valley's unique microclimate. Today, vineyards dot the slopes instead, leveraging the same climate that once sustained apples. Wailua Falls is a double-tiered waterfall that cascades over 170 feet into a tranquil pool below. It is fed by the Wailua River, Hawaii's largest navigable river. In ancient times, Wailua Falls was more than a scenic landmark. It was a site for rites of passage. Hawaiian men, including members of the royal class, would leap from the top of the falls into the pool below to demonstrate their bravery and physical prowess. The waterfall's appearance changes with rainfall levels, often splitting into two distinct streams during drier periods or merging into a single powerful cascade after heavy rains. Mount St. Helens is an active stratovolcano in the Pacific Northwest, famed for a cataclysmic eruption in 1980. It sits in Washington state as part of the Cascade Range, a chain of volcanoes that have cycled between dormancy and explosive activity for millennia. On May 18, 1980, a magnitude 5.1 earthquake triggered a collapse of the mountain's entire north flank, the largest landslide ever recorded. This sudden flank failure uncorked the volcano's pressure sideways, unleashing a devastating lateral blast. The eruption also created a phenomenon called pyroclastic flows, which are superheated clouds of gas and ash that race down the mountain at incredible speeds. Despite the devastation, life returned quickly within months, with wildflowers sprouting through the ash and small animals reappearing. The Black Rock Desert is a large, arid region located in the northwestern part of Nevada. It is most well known for its vast, flat playa, a dry lake bed that is composed of hard-packed clay and silt. The area has a long history of human activity, especially with indigenous tribes such as the Northern Paiute, but was later traversed by settlers during the 19th century as part of the California Trail, a major route for westward migration. Located near the town is the Continental Falls, a multi-tiered waterfall in the White River National Forest. Unlike a single-drop waterfall, the falls feature several tiers of tumbling water over rocky ledges as they are divided into different sections. It is fed by the outflow of Mohawk Lakes, which are a series of alpine lakes that glacially ensure a steady flow of water even in dry conditions. Priest Lake is a remote body of water in northern Idaho, which got its name from Catholic missionaries who arrived in the area to work with indigenous groups. Originally a seasonal fishing and hunting ground, its deep, clear waters later drew loggers who floated timber to mills via the lake's interconnected channels. Today, the lake's depth and clarity have made it a point of interest for divers who explore these forgotten remnants of the logging industry. Capitol Reef National Park is characterised by the water pocket fold, historic orchards, and impressive rock formations. The Fremont people lived in the region for over 1,000 years, leaving behind petroglyphs, granaries, and artefacts, providing evidence of farming and seasonal migrations. Later in the late 1800s, settlers established small communities, growing orchards along the Fremont River. Its unique rock layers preserve fossils of ancient marine life, dinosaur tracks, and plant remains from the Triassic and Jurassic periods. Cathedral Valley is a remote section of the park where it remains largely unchanged due to its isolated location and limited development. It is notably full of towering monoliths like the Temple of the Sun and Moon. The Temple of the Moon and the Temple of the Sun are towering sandstone formations rising from the desert floor. The Temple of the Sun stands over 400 feet tall, while the Temple of the Moon is slightly smaller. Early explorers named these structures for their cathedral-like appearance, and they remain some of the most well-known landmarks in Cathedral Valley. Then there are the Bentonite Hills, located near Cathedral Valley. They are made of soft, clay-rich sediment that swells when wet, causing them to be highly fragile. The hills contain layers of red, purple, blue and green clay, giving them a distinct multicoloured appearance. They were formed from volcanic ash deposits and later compacted into bentonite clay, which expands and contracts with moisture. The Blue Gate Shale member was deposited over 90 million years ago when a vast inland sea, known as the Western Interior Seaway, covered the region. This sea stretched from the Arctic Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico, dividing the continent into two landmasses. This marine environment left behind fossils of ammonites, bivalves, and marine reptiles, providing evidence of life during the Cretaceous period. It gets its blue-grey colour from the high concentration of clay minerals and organic matter, which settled at the bottom of the ancient sea in low oxygen conditions. Saguaro National Park is named after its extensive forests of saguaro cacti, which serve as a symbol of the American Southwest. The park is divided into two districts, each covering approximately 37,000 hectares, and is located in a region characterized by hot and arid conditions. The park's ecosystems are shaped by seasonal rains, which trigger brief but intense flowering periods, transforming the desert into a colourful display of wildflowers. Despite the harsh environment, the saguaro and other plants have adapted to store water and survive prolonged droughts. The park also serves as a research site for studying desert ecology and the impacts of climate change on arid regions. The Sonoran Desert is one of the hottest and driest deserts in North America, especially known for its extreme temperature shifts, with daytime highs reaching 48 degrees Celsius in summer. Rainfall is limited, but seasonal monsoons provide temporary water sources that sustain plant and animal life. indigenous groups have lived in the Sonoran Desert for thousands of years, using desert plants for food, medicine, and tools. Early inhabitants also created irrigation systems to farm in areas with minimal rainfall. The desert is home to a variety of wildlife adapted to harsh conditions, such as developing ways to conserve water and stay cool. Many animals are nocturnal, remaining underground or in shaded areas during the day and becoming active at night. Lake Hebron is a freshwater lake found in Monson, formed through glacial action. Its basin was carved by ice retreat and later filled by meltwater. The lake has long been a hotspot for bass fishing, and anglers sometimes speak of its bass secrets, which are tales of particularly elusive fish that seem to elude the most experienced of fishermen. The lake's outlet was dammed in the 19th century to power sawmills, transforming it into a reservoir for logging operations. Timber floated across its surface during spring drives, often jamming at the narrow outlet until workers freed them with peavies. Chimney Rock is a prominent geological formation in western Nebraska that served as a critical landmark for travellers on the Oregon, California, and Mormon trails during the 19th century. Rising approximately 300 feet above the North Platte River Valley, its spire-like shape made it one of the most recognisable features along the westward migration routes. In fact, it signified the end of weeks of flat plains travel and the beginning of more rugged terrain as they approached the Rocky Mountains. The formation was mentioned in more emigrant diaries than any other landmark along these routes. It is composed of layers of Brule clay, volcanic ash, and Arikari sandstone. Its name is believed to have originated with fur traders in the early 1800s, although it was called by various names before that, including Nose Mountain and Elk Peak. Carved by Silver Creek's persistent flow, Silver Falls State Park is known for its chain of waterfalls along a forested canyon in the western Cascade foothills. The largest state park of Oregon features a trail system, famously called the Trail of 10 Falls, several of which allow hikers to walk behind the falling water. These paths go under large rock overhangs where the water passes overhead, which are made possible due to the way lava cooled and cracked, allowing a hollowed-out space behind the flow. Before the park existed, the land was used by indigenous groups, including the Kalapuya and Molala, who hunted and gathered in the region. They used trails through the forest to reach seasonal camps and followed the rivers for fishing. In the 1930s, the Civilian Conservation Corps shaped the park's infrastructure, carving the iconic trails and stone bridges that wind behind falls known today. Eklutna Lake is a glacial-fed body of water that serves as a major source of drinking water and hydroelectric power. It was once much larger, but shifting glaciers and human intervention have altered its size. A hydroelectric dam was built in the mid-20th century to control the water supply, permanently changing the lake's natural flow. The Wasatch Mountains stretch for over 160 miles, forming the western edge of the Rocky Mountain region. The range includes dozens of peaks over 11,000 feet, shaped by tectonic uplift and glacial activity over millions of years. The mountains act as a climatic barrier, causing increased precipitation on the western slopes while leaving valleys to the east much drier. They also contain some of the highest snowfall totals in the region, with over 40 feet of snow annually in some areas. This has made the Wasatch Mountains a major centre for skiing and winter sports, with several resorts developed along the range. The combination of steep terrain and dry, powdery snow has led to the claim of having the greatest snow on Earth. Mount Timpanogos is the second highest peak in the Wasatch Range, standing at 11,753 feet. Local legends tell of a ghostly figure appearing on the mountain, inspired by indigenous stories of a woman who waited for her lost warrior. Due to this, the mountain's silhouette is sometimes said to resemble a sleeping figure. Hikers attempt the 9-mile ascent to the summit, which offers views of the surrounding valleys and peaks. Kaihabi Peak, formerly known as Squaw Peak, is accessed by a winding road and hiking trails, with steep drop-offs and sharp turns leading to the summit. Its name was changed to reflect indigenous cultural connections to the mountain, recognising its historical significance as part of a larger network of travel routes and gathering sites. Paragliders and hang gliders also use the peak as a launch point, taking advantage of strong updrafts along the cliffs. Hawaii Volcanoes National Park is a protected area on the Big Island, known for its dynamic volcanic landscapes and active geological processes. Native Hawaiians lived and worshipped on this land, considering it sacred to Pele, the goddess of fire and volcanoes. Established in 1916, the park preserves two of the world's most active volcanoes, Kilauea and Mauna Loa, along with endemic ecosystems and cultural sites tied to Hawaiian traditions. Kilauea is one of Earth's most active volcanoes and has been erupting intermittently for centuries. Its name means spewing or much spreading in Hawaiian, referencing its frequent lava flows. The summit caldera houses Halema Uma'u crater, which has contained lava lakes during various eruptions. Oral traditions describe the volcano as Pele's domain, where she battles her sister Hiaka for control of the land. In 1790, a violent eruption killed dozens of people, leaving footprints preserved in hardened ash that can still be seen today. Since then, Kilauea's East Rift Zone has produced continuous lava flows that have reshaped the island's landscape, adding new land to its coastline. Mauna Loa is the largest volcano on Earth by volume and covers over half of the Big Island. Its name means long mountain, describing its broad slopes formed by highly fluid lava flows. Mauna Loa's summit caldera spans 6 square miles and has been a site of significant eruptions throughout history. One of the most accessible glaciers via road, Worthington Glacier exhibits vivid blue ice layers formed by centuries of compaction. Cracks form and close as the ice shifts, which makes travel across it unpredictable. Crevasses sometimes appear suddenly as well, making some sections too dangerous to cross without proper equipment. Moosehead Lake is the largest lake in Maine and is known for its remote wilderness and boating. Its name originates from its shape, which early mapmakers compared to the antlered head of a moose, an animal still frequently spotted along its shores. The lake served as a critical transportation route during the 19th century logging boom, with timber floated downstream to mills. Steamships later carried workers and travellers, connecting secluded settlements. In the early 20th century, the lake became a destination for outdoor enthusiasts, drawn by its isolation and populations of trout and salmon. A significant event occurred in the 1920s when pilots used a frozen lake as a makeshift runway during an early transcontinental air race. The lake is also home to Mount Kineo, a landmark with cliffs that rise sharply from the shoreline. In the 19th century, the mountain drew tourists arriving by steamship to stay at a sprawling hotel on its base. The hotel operated for decades as it attracted visitors seeking outdoor recreation and views from the summit, although only stone foundations and remnants of its gardens survive today. It also features a historic fire tower that was erected atop the mountain in the early 20th century to monitor wildfires. Though no longer in active use, the tower remains a landmark for hikers who climb the steep trails to reach it. The mountain slopes are now part of a public reserve, with efforts focused on preserving its trails and preventing erosion. The Hoh rainforest is one of the few remaining temperate rainforests in the world. It receives an extraordinary amount of rainfall each year, creating an environment where mosses, ferns, and giant trees dominate the landscape. Towering Sitka spruces and western hemlocks, some of the tallest trees in the region, thrive in damp conditions. Meanwhile, the Hoh River, which runs through the forest, originates from a glacier in the Olympic Mountains. Over time, the river has shifted its course, leaving behind patches of floodplain and old-growth forest. Hanauma Bay State Park is a protected marine sanctuary known for its unique geological formation and thriving underwater ecosystem. The crescent-shaped bay was an important fishing ground for native Hawaiians and served as a sheltering cove for canoes during rough seas, while Hawaiian royalty used the bay for recreation. During World War II, the area was repurposed as a military training site, with barracks and bunkers constructed nearby. In the 1950s, dynamite was used to clear portions of the reef for a transoceanic telephone cable connecting Hawaii to California. In 1967, Hanauma Bay was designated as Hawaii's first marine life conservation district to protect its fragile ecosystem. Conservation measures implemented in the 1990s further restricted visitor access and introduced mandatory educational programs to minimise human impact on marine life. The Chaina River runs through Fairbanks, hosting paddle wheel tours and winter ice sculptures. Before roads and bridges were built, the river served as a highway for traders, miners, and native communities. Boats carried cargo and passengers along its waters, connecting Fairbanks to more remote settlements. Sierra National Forest was officially established in 1893 to manage and protect its natural resources. It is home to numerous rivers, lakes and mountain ranges, making it a popular destination for outdoor activities like hiking, camping and fishing. Historically, the area was inhabited by Native American tribes and later became a focal point during the California Gold Rush. Logging and hydroelectric power development also played significant roles in shaping the region. The Devil's Postpile is a unique geological formation consisting of hexagonal basalt columns created by volcanic activity around 100,000 years ago. The columns are a rare example of columnar jointing. Located near the San Joaquin River, the site was once threatened by a proposed dam, but was preserved as a national monument in 1911. The Ansel Adams Wilderness is a rugged and scenic area, with high-altitude lakes, granite peaks, and endless hiking trails. The area was named after photographer Ansel Adams, who captured images of the region's peaks, valleys, and lakes. The wilderness was originally part of the Minarets National Forest before being renamed in 1984 to honour his contributions to conservation and photography. Rainbow Falls is a 101-foot waterfall located on the middle fork of the San Joaquin River. The falls are named for the rainbows often visible in the mist on sunny days. The surrounding area has been shaped by volcanic activity, leaving behind layers of basalt rock and evidence of past eruptions. Capulin Volcano National Monument centres on a well-preserved symmetrical cinder cone volcano. The volcano formed approximately 58,000 years ago during the Raton-Clayton volcanic field's final eruptive phase. Designated as a national monument in 1916, the site's arid grassland supports juniper and pion pine. Early 20th century homesteaders grazed sheep here until the area's federal protection. The Great Basin Desert spans over 190,000 square miles, making it the largest cold desert in North America. Unlike hot deserts, which experience extreme heat year-round, the Great Basin Desert has hot summers and cold winters, with temperatures dropping below freezing in winter and exceeding 100 degrees Fahrenheit in summer. It is classified as a cold desert because most of its moisture comes from snowmelt rather than summer rainfall. The desert is part of the Basin and Range Province, a geological region characterized by alternating mountain ranges and valleys created by tectonic stretching. Camelback Mountain is one of the highest points in the surrounding desert landscape, offering a challenging yet rewarding hiking experience. The mountain gets its name from its distinctive shape, which resembles the hump and head of a kneeling camel when viewed from a distance. Steilacoom Lake, located southwest of Tacoma, has played an important role in both recreation and regional development. The lake was originally part of fishing and trade routes for native tribes. As settlers arrived, it became a site for mills and logging operations, with the surrounding forests providing raw materials for Tacoma's growing industries. Antelope Island is the largest island in the Great Salt Lake, known for its wildlife and hiking activities. In 1845, John C. Fremont and Kit Carson explored the island and named it after observing pronghorn antelope. The island later became a ranching site, with cattle grazing there for over a century, until officially becoming a protected area today. Mauna Kea, meaning White Mountain in Hawaiian, is a dormant shield volcano and the tallest peak in the Pacific. It transitioned from its shield building stage to a post-shield phase, resulting in steeper slopes and numerous cinder cones. The summit is revered as the region of the gods in Hawaiian mythology, believed to be home to deities like Poliahu, the goddess of snow. Ancient Hawaiians regarded the volcano as sacred, with access traditionally restricted to high-ranking chiefs for spiritual ceremonies and resource gathering. Mauna Kea's summit is dotted with cinder cones formed during its post-shield volcanic activity. These cones are built from fragmented volcanic ejecta that accumulate around vents during eruptions. Cinder cone eruptions were often accompanied by lava flows that extended miles downslope, also depositing ash across wide areas. Mount Bierstadt is one of the most accessible and popular 14ers, located in the Front Range of the Rockies. It attracts hikers of varying skill levels due to its relatively moderate ascent compared to other 14ers. The mountain is named after Albert Bierstadt, a 19th century artist known for his detailed landscape paintings of the American West. One of the unique features of Mount Bierstadt is the surrounding wetlands, which are a prime habitat for wildlife like moose and mountain goats. Designated in 2005, Ashi Slepar Wilderness covers the Badlands in the San Juan Basin, featuring rock formations, hoodoos, and fossils. Its Navajo-derived name translates to grey salt, referencing alkali deposits in dried stream beds. The area's fruitland and Kirtland shale layers date to 75 million years ago, preserving late Cretaceous fossils like Pachyrhinosaurus bones and petrified cypress logs. Navajo oral histories describe the area as a source of medicinal plants, though no permanent settlements existed. Factory Butte is a dramatic, isolated mesa with a flat summit and steep slopes. The butte is composed of Mancos shale, a greyish clay-rich rock that formed when the area was covered by an ancient sea. The soft Mancos shale breaks down easily, forming deep gullies and exposed ridges. Its name dates back to the late 1800s, given by early settlers who thought the formation resembled a large factory building. Unlike other mesas and cliffs in the region, the butte's steep slopes lack vegetation, giving it a stark, otherworldly appearance. Factory Butte has long been an area for off-highway vehicle, OHV riding, drawing riders to its open terrain. Due to concerns about soil erosion and the impact on native plants, restrictions were placed on OHV access in 2006, though designated riding areas remain open. Kofa National Wildlife Refuge covers over 2,600 square kilometres, consisting of mountain ranges, desert valleys, and dry riverbeds. Established in 1939, the refuge was created initially to protect the desert bighorn sheep population, which had been declining due to hunting and habitat loss. Today, the refuge still remains a protected area for conservation and research, with ongoing efforts to monitor wildlife populations and maintain natural water sources. Santa Catalina Island is a rocky island located approximately 22 miles off the coast. Historically, the island was used by the Tongva people, who called the island Pimu. It was then renamed by Spanish explorers in the 16th century, but it remained largely uninhabited by Europeans until the 19th century. In the early 1900s, the island was developed as a tourist destination by William Wrigley Jr., the chewing gum magnate. Much of the island is managed by the Catalina Island Conservancy today, which protects 88% of the land as a nature preserve. Established through private donations in the early 20th century, Acadia National Park is a 47,000-acre park on Mount Desert Island that serves as a model for public-private conservation. John D. Rockefeller Jr. funded over 50 miles of carriage roads, designed to blend with the terrain using locally quarried stone and iron bridges. Unfortunately, in 1947, a wildfire scorched thousands of acres, prompting reforestation efforts that transformed some slopes into spruce fir forests. Another river gorge carved by the Snake River is Hell's Canyon, which is even deeper than the famous Grand Canyon. The area is notorious for Class 4 to 5 rapids, including Wild Sheep Rapids, which have overturned boats and claimed lives. The name likely originated from early settlers and miners who found its steep cliffs, rapids, and remoteness unforgiving. One story claims a frustrated explorer scrawled Hell's Canyon on a map after a failed expedition, though others attribute it to a miner's journal entry describing the terrain as Hell's Own Gorge. In 1975, a plane crashed in the canyon's depths, causing survivors to endure days in the wilderness before rescue. Notably, they have later recounted hearing eerie voices in the wind, a phenomenon locals blame on the canyon's acoustics. Joshua Tree National Park is a protected area known for its unique desert landscapes and distinctive plant life. It is situated at the intersection of two major desert ecosystems, the Mojave Desert and the Colorado Desert. The park is named after the Joshua tree, a plant species that is native to the Mojave Desert. These trees can grow up to 40 feet tall and have a lifespan of several hundred years. Historically, Native American tribes, including the Kemehuevi and the Cahuilla, have lived in the area for centuries, utilizing the land's resources for food, shelter, and medicine. It was designated as a national monument in 1936 and later upgraded to a national park in 1994. Hidden Valley is a well-known area within Joshua Tree National Park, offering a scenic loop trail that is approximately 1 mile long. The valley is surrounded by large rock formations, creating a natural enclosure that was once used by cattle rustlers to hide stolen livestock. Today, it is a popular spot for hiking, rock climbing, and photography. Gunlock State Park is centered around Gunlock Reservoir, created by the construction of the dam with the same name in 1970. The reservoir serves as a water storage facility for irrigation and local use, such as boating, fishing, and even swimming. It was named after William Haynes Gunlock, a 19th century pioneer who settled in the area. Gunlock Falls appears only in years when heavy rainfall and snowmelt cause the reservoir to overflow, sending water cascading over the red sandstone ledges below the dam. The falls can last for several weeks, depending on water levels, before drying up when runoff decreases. The waterfalls form tiered cascades, with water spilling over layers of rock, creating natural pools. The force of the water continues to reshape the sandstone, smoothing the rock and deepening pools over time. Kolchak Lake, a glacially fed alpine lake, sits at the base of stark granite peaks, named for its scale-like rock ridges. Early climbers dubbed the area the Dragon's Backbone, weaving tales of mythical beasts guarding the heights. In winter, the lake freezes into a glass-like sheet, its surface etched with wind-driven patterns. Backcountry skiers and snowshoers brave the terrain, but avalanches from surrounding slopes pose constant risks. Today, the lake is part of the Alpine Lakes Wilderness, established to protect the region. Red Rocks Park is a natural and cultural landmark, known for its remarkable sandstone rock formations. Formed during the Pennsylvanian period, the reddish hue of the rocks is due to the presence of iron oxide, and the formations are part of the Fountain Formation, a geologic layer that extends across the region. Known for its volcanic terrain, Katmai National Park and Preserve was named after Mount Katmai, a volcano whose 1912 eruption reshaped the region. Established to protect the volcanic area, the park later became a refuge for wildlife, especially its high concentration of grizzly bears. Kenai Lake is a long, glacial-fed body of water in south-central Alaska, known for its winding shape and cold turquoise waters. Its colour changes with the seasons, influenced by glacial silt and runoff. At times, strong winds sweep across the surface, creating sudden waves that have overturned small boats. The water remains cold year-round, making survival difficult for anyone who falls in. Flowing from Kenai Lake, the Kenai River is famed for its salmon runs. Native American communities have fished its waters for generations, developing methods to catch and preserve salmon for survival. Russian settlers later established fish camps, competing with indigenous harvests. Other than salmons, the cold water supports a range of other fish species, with some areas remaining difficult to navigate due to hidden sandbars and fast-moving rapids. Fed by underground springs, MacArthur Burney Falls releases approximately 100 million gallons of water daily, even during dry seasons. Called the Eighth Wonder of the World by Teddy Roosevelt, the falls were named after Samuel Burney, an early settler who lived in the area in the 1850s. The water at the falls is exceptionally clear, with visibility often exceeding 30 feet. The area is also known for its unique basalt rock formations, which were created by volcanic activity millions of years ago. park surrounding the falls offers trails, camping areas, and access to a nearby lake. Established in 1926, it is one of the oldest state parks in the region. Lyman Lake sits at an elevation of over 10,000 feet, making it one of the highest natural lakes in the region. Situated in the Boulder Mountain area, it was formed by glacial activity during the last ice age, with retreating ice carving out the basin that now holds the lake. The lake remains partially frozen for much of the year due to its high altitude. It was named after Elias Lyman, an early explorer and surveyor in the area. Lake Las Vegas is a man-made lake located in Henderson, created in the 1990s as part of a master-planned community and resort development. Featuring a 3.5-mile shoreline with walking paths and picnic areas, the lake is a popular destination for water-based activities, including boating, kayaking, and fishing. It is also known for its Mediterranean-inspired architecture and amenities such as hotels, restaurants, and a marina. The area hosts events and festivals throughout the year, including concerts, fireworks displays, and outdoor markets. Bosque del Apache National Wildlife Refuge spans the Rio Grande floodplain, which was established in 1939 to restore wetlands drained for agriculture. It serves as a key migration stop for sandhill cranes and other waterfowl. In fact, the refuge hosts up to 10,000 sandhill cranes and 30,000 snow geese each winter, arriving from November to February. Water is diverted from the Rio Grande via ditches and water control structures, flooding annually to mimic natural cycles. Cliff Lake is defined by its clear turquoise waters and the steep rock walls encircling its shores, formed by glacial activity during the last ice age. The lake also has a reputation for unpredictable weather, which includes accounts of sudden squalls overturning small boats. A notable incident involved a logging barge that sank during a storm, its remnants still submerged. Divers later documented the wreck, finding preserved equipment due to the cold water's slow decay. Sand Hollow Island is located within Sand Hollow Reservoir, a small man-made lake known for its clear water, red sandstone shoreline, and sand dunes. The island, formed as part of the reservoir's construction, sits in the middle of the lake and is surrounded by deep blue waters. The reservoir was completed in 2002 as a water storage facility, providing irrigation and drinking water for nearby communities. The island itself was originally a high point of land before the area was flooded, leaving it as an isolated feature within the lake. Navajo Lake, a reservoir formed by the Navajo Dam on the San Juan River, is one of the state's largest lakes, offering fishing, boating, and camping opportunities. Completed in 1962 as part of the Colorado River Storage Project, the dam stores 1.7 million acre-feet of water for irrigation, flood control, and municipal use. Unfortunately, the lake's original 1950s construction had displaced 20 families, though they were compensated via federal grants. Archaeological surveys identified 12 ancestral Puebloan sites, now submerged. Despite being named after Lake Placid, the village actually sits beside a different body of water called Mirror Lake. Even though it has a quiet appearance, Mirror Lake has hosted athletes from around the world. In summer, its surface reflects the surrounding peaks as triathlons and open water swims take over. In winter, it freezes solid enough to support sledding, skating, and even dog sled rides. Locals maintain a long skating loop across the ice, and curling matches are sometimes held in the open. Unfortunately, its water quality has been a concern in recent years, leading to studies on road salt and runoff, and actions to preserve the lake's health. The Chuckanut Drive winds along a cliffside, offering dramatic views of Samish and Bellingham Bays. Originally a rough logging route in the 1890s, it was later carved out of sandstone bluffs with the help of convict labour around 1910. Upon opening, the drive became Washington's first coastal scenic highway and quickly gained fame for its beauty and hairpin turns. From the winding beauty of Chuckanut Drive, Dot Island sits just offshore. This forested islet, only about 5 acres in size, is protected as a nature conservancy site called the Cyrus Gates Memorial Preserve. It was named in honour of Cyrus Gates, an early 20th century philanthropist who helped develop local parks, though most residents simply call it Dot Island due to its diminutive size. High above Chuckanut Drive on the slopes of Chuckanut Mountain lies Fragrance Lake, a small woodland lake with a name that raises eyebrows. Hikers climb through a mossy forest to reach this tranquil pond surrounded by evergreens. Despite its serene beauty, the lake's name, Fragrance, was sarcastically given due to the powerful odour from blooms of skunk cabbage, a wetland plant infamous for its rotten smell. The Sangre de Cristo Mountains stretch 250 miles, with peaks formed by tectonic uplift along the Rio Grande Rift 30 million years ago. It is the southernmost subrange of the Rocky Mountains, extending into New Mexico. Wheeler Peak, the range's highest point at 13,167 feet, is the highest mountain in the state. It was notably named after 19th century surveyor George Wheeler. The remote Monhegan Island, accessible only by boat, has sustained seasonal fishing and artistic communities for centuries. Wabanaki tribes harvested shellfish here, leaving middens exposed to erosion, while European fishermen later dried cod on wooden racks, their stone hearths still dotting sheltered coves. Eventually, artists began settling in the early 1900s, converting fish shacks into studios. Today, its artist colony is still kept alive through several art galleries on the island that showcase works inspired by the unique environment, as well as some of the original artists' homes being preserved. Fantasy Canyon is known for its unusual and delicate rock formations, composed of fine-grained sandstone deposited approximately 50 million years ago, when the region was covered by a vast lake system. Many formations have been given names based on their shapes, including the Teapot and Alien Head. These structures are extremely fragile, with some collapsing over time due to natural weathering. They also contain high amounts of iron, which gives them a dark brown or reddish colour. The area has also yielded fossilised fish and plant remains, providing evidence of ancient ecosystems that once thrived in the region. Lanikai Beach, located on the windward coast of Oahu, is known for its calm turquoise waters, white sand, and proximity to the Mokulua Islands. Originally part of a larger meaning tying together, the name was changed to Lanikai in the early 20th century by Charles R. Fraser and the Trent Trust Company during its development as a residential area. The beach's offshore reef creates gentle waves, making it ideal for swimming, snorkeling, and kayaking. Despite erosion reducing its original 1 mile length to about half a mile, Lanikai remains popular for its picturesque views and family-friendly atmosphere. Just offshore from Lanikai Beach lie the Mokulua Islands, also known as Na Mokulua, or the Two Islands. These basaltic islets are part of the Hawaii State Seabird Sanctuary, featuring a sandy beach and trails that allow exploration of its rocky shoreline. Mokunui serves as a nesting site for seabirds instead, with visitors advised to respect wildlife and follow rules prohibiting alcohol, dogs, camping, and fires on the island. The smaller island, Moku Iki, is off limits to protect its delicate ecosystem. Another notable feature near Lanikai Beach is the Lanikai Pillboxes, officially known as the Kaiwa Ridge Trail. This hike led to 2 World War II-era observation stations built by the US Army in 1943. Unlike traditional pillboxes designed for defence with weaponry, these structures were used for surveillance and communication during wartime. Equipped with binoculars and other instruments, soldiers stationed here monitored the ocean for enemy vessels and aircraft. Lake Minnetonka is a large freshwater lake formed by glaciers that created its irregular shape, with numerous bays and inlets. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Lake Minnetonka became a popular destination for steamboats and grand hotels. Steamboats carried passengers between towns and resorts, making travel across the lake easier. In fact, a steamboat launched in 1881, famously named Belle of Minnetonka, was able to carry 2,500 passengers before burning in 1895. As automobiles became more common, the popularity of steamboat travel declined, but the lake remained a key location for recreation. Named after a French-Canadian fur trapper who frequented the region, Payette Lake is a deep, glacially carved lake, known for its sudden storms and crystal-clear waters. Early settlers reported a mysterious lake monster, nicknamed Charlie, with sightings ranging from serpentine shapes to unexplained ripples. Sonar scans later revealed submerged logs, but the myth endures. The lake's eastern shore once hosted a steamship, the Idoma, which sank in a storm. The Payette River is an 82-mile-long river in western Idaho, sharing its name with the lake. Known for its rapids, the Payette became a training ground for early whitewater pioneers and rafters. One rapid canyon drop capsized so many rafts that guides nicknamed it Swimsuit Alley. In the 20th century, the river was dammed for hydropower, submerging indigenous fishing sites. Although the remaining fish populations have had to adapt to changing water conditions, there are conservation efforts that focus on maintaining habitats for the remaining species. Flowing through the Texas Hill Country, Pedernales River is a central feature of Pedernales Falls State Park. Its name comes from the Spanish word for flint, reflecting the flintstones found along the riverbanks, which were historically important to local Native American tribes for toolmaking. It is also recognised for its rapid changes in water levels, making it both a tranquil and powerful force of nature. One of the Great Lakes, Lake Erie, is the shallowest and warmest of the Great Lakes, and also the most prone to storms. It forms Pennsylvania's northern border, with ice-breaking ferries once connecting it to Canada, their routes now marked by seasonal buoy lines. At times it has struggled with pollution and algae blooms, but cleanup efforts have seen some success. North of the city, Superior National Forest stretches along the northwestern shore of Lake Superior. This includes 2,000 miles of logging roads built in the 1920s. The forest contains lakes, rivers, and a mix of pine and hardwood trees. Notably, a 1948 wildfire burned 15,000 acres within 20 miles of Duluth, leading to reforestation efforts using 2 million red pine seedlings. Caddo Lake is notable for being one of the largest naturally formed lakes in the region and for its sprawling cypress tree swamp, draped in Spanish moss. It is a popular destination for fishing, boating, and exploring its maze of bayous and sloughs. The lake also holds historical importance as a former hub for steamboat travel and early oil exploration. Letchworth State Park, often dubbed the Grand Canyon of the East, centres on the Genesee River, which carves a deep gorge through layered rock. The park's name honours William Pryor Letchworth, a businessman who purchased the land to halt industrial exploitation and later donated it for public use. The Genesee River flows north, which is unusual since most rivers in the region run south. This river begins in higher terrain and drops sharply through the park, forming the upper, middle, and lower falls. The Middle Falls, the largest, was once a proposed hydroelectric site before preservation efforts prevailed. The Salt River Valley is a low-lying region surrounded by mountain ranges, known for its extensive agricultural history and modern urban development. It is traversed by the Salt River, which flows for about 320 kilometres and has been a critical water source for thousands of years. Despite its arid environment, it is home to many free-roaming wild horses, with a population that is estimated to be around 500 individuals. Great Basin National Park is located in a remote region named after the Great Basin, a large, arid region that spans much of the western United States. The basin is characterized by its unique hydrology, with rivers and streams that do not flow to the ocean, but instead drain into internal basins. The park is a popular destination for outdoor enthusiasts, offering opportunities for hiking, camping, and stargazing. It is also home to several unique geological and biological features, including Wheeler Peak, the Lehman Caves, and the ancient bristlecone pines. The park is also home to some of the oldest living trees in the world, the bristlecone pines. These ancient trees can live for over 5,000 years, usually located at high elevations near the tree line on Wheeler Peak. The bristlecone pines are well adapted to the harsh conditions of the high mountains, with dense, resinous wood that resists decay and insects. The tree's twisted, gnarled trunks and branches are their most iconic and recognisable traits. Hyena State Park marks the starting point of the Kalalau Trail and offers access to several cultural sites. The park also features archaeological sites, where remnants of ancient Hawaiian settlements can still be found. Just east of Albuquerque is the Sandia Mountains, composed of 1.4 billion-year-old granite, overlain by 300 million-year-old limestone. Its name is the Spanish word for watermelon, possibly referencing their pinkish hue at sunset. Temperatures at the summit average 30 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than Albuquerque's base, creating microclimates within 10 horizontal miles. Built in 1965, the Sandia Crest Highway climbs 13.6 miles to the summit, passing through 4 climate zones. Interestingly, geologists have identified 25,000-year-old glacial striations near the crest, which serve as proof of Pleistocene ice patches that are usually rare this far south. The Tohajili Navajo chapter is a remote Navajo reservation that is often referenced for its rugged landscape and connection to the Breaking Bad TV series. Relocated in New Mexico during the Long Walk of 1864, it manages grazing rights on 15,000 acres east of the Sandia Mountains. The Deschutes River flows directly through town, as it once served as a source of power and irrigation. Its currents carve through volcanic rock, creating rapids used for kayaking and stand-up paddleboarding. A section near downtown was engineered into a whitewater park, where artificial waves draw enthusiasts year-round. In summer, sections of the river are filled with people floating downstream. It is also known for fly fishing, with trout and steelhead in different stretches. These are the natural wonders of the United States. Now, if you don't want to miss the most unreal wonders of Europe, check out this video.